for
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree completely. Right. So, what do you suggest are the main reasons that you would like to focus on?
as you see, brain drain. All the doctors, first, they're not now doctors.
Right.
Second, they're not even distributed.
Right.
In the European Union and in the country itself.
Right.
Big cities, small cities. So, what are the reasons for that?
This, yeah.
Now I can look at the standard implementation is not the same. The opportunities are not the same.
Right. So this has to do with pull and push criteria, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So maybe the group that deals with brain drain also has to deal with the pull and push criteria. So the things that you've been talking about right now. So maybe like the problems that lead to brain drain in the first place. Right. So maybe the first group can deal with migration in terms of just describing the scale, what it's all about, defining it, defining different ways of migration. And the second group might deal with the negative aspects of migration, what causes them, the pull-push criteria, like the brain drain, so on and so forth. And then the last one might focus on proposed solutions based on the pull-push criteria. And one of those might be workforce planning, might be e-migration, things like that. I mean, definitely after we're separated into groups, we are going to come back together. If you feel that it's going to be easier for all of your groups, if you have like 20 minutes of working in groups and then reporting to each other and then going back into groups before writing the policy language itself, I'm totally open to this. I mean, this is a dynamic process, and it really depends on you guys how you guys want to do go about it. So, is this something that you would like to do? Right. So then I propose that we split up into the three groups right now. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the rural versus urban.
Right.
Maybe we should describe this part also in the first part of the paper.
Yeah.
Like we describe the migration between countries, but also maybe
internal migration.
How the internal is so.
Right.
There, I think it fits better. I don't know.
Right. Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
One paper should be sustainable.
Right.
We need a basic evidence.
Sure.
Don't whether it about some kind of change.
Sorry. Yeah.
Some papers, because when you have ideas,
right.
Yes, this is the main point.
Right.
Them or separate them. You need evidence.
Yeah, sure.
Where you have this information.
Certainly.
Which is the visible study we are starting.
That we were doing the small groups.
Yeah, certainly. And this is something that I would suggest you guys in the small groups to look into.
Information.
Yeah, but we will search for, like, we have the three topics, and we will, in the small groups, we will search for the, where we have this information. So, and this is what we gotta do in small groups.
I mean, we as the acting kind of presidency, we didn't feel like it is in our place to prejudice either the discussion or the evidence that you're going to choose and pick to include in your paper or anything. So I think this is something that you guys can do right now in the small groups, I think. Okay, so are we agreed on these three main like temporary working groups for the minute? All right, fantastic. Who wants to work on migration in general, defining it, basic stats, things like that? If not, I'm just going to like divide you at random, so it's fine. Okay, Aphrodite. Okay, who else?
This is me.
We need like 4 to 5 people per group. Come on, guys. Okay, good. Who else? Good. And one more. Okay, we have 4 people. Excellent. Can you guys like meet over there? Start working on it. Okay, then the second one is the negative aspects of migration, brain drain, dealing with push and pull criteria, so incentives for doctors to migrate, things like that. Who would like to work on that? Yeah, go ahead. Who else? 2, 3, 4. Okay, can you meet over there at the back of the room? Okay, and then the last group, everybody that remains, basically trying to right now look into what the proposed solutions are. Okay, try to draft something in those terms. You have individual experiences as to what's going on in your countries. Try to come up with a couple of solutions that we might propose and stand behind as EMSA. You have about 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes. We'll see how you guys go. And then we come back together, you report what's been written, like in broad terms, and then we can like revise, all right? Okay, and the rest of us that are here now are going to help you guys by facilitating. If you need anything, let us know, okay? So we'll meet back at 10 a.m., okay? So you have 20 minutes to work. Gracias. Yeah. Let them work on it for a minute, and then let's let go. It is 9:37. At 10, you have the reports.
Yeah, you can.
Locum, yeah. So this is what we have so far, and we will find sources. Maybe, yeah.
So locum is, could you expand on
Minimum
that?
ability.
Minimum ability, alright. Of the migrant workers, I'm guessing, right? Okay. Alright. Sorry? Of everybody. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry. Next group. And this is I think I feel the most important one because we have to have really clear definitions of the problems that we're trying to be tackling with your group, right? So go ahead. Whoever wants to start.
We try to define the pull and push factors that cause brain drain.
Right.
And among the push factors, there are the obvious ones: the low standard of life and low income, political and social issues that take place in that country, and the unfulfilled expectations of the medical professional, because the profession takes a lot of time and energy to become a doctor, and then like you're faced with a life standard that doesn't cover what you're expecting. The personal need for change of space, because you have to stay in one place for too long of a time in order to become a specialist. And if like we have to, I'm going to use the same metaphor again. Like there is no fruit salad on the menu. There is either apples or oranges, and you have to choose one of them. Like, we can't choose the fruit salad. So talking about the push factors, we thought like a professional exchange program or a bilateral agreement where a country helps out the other to build a certain specialty program. For instance, we were discussing like in the Netherlands, there is a huge opening for geriatric specialists. For instance, a geriatric team from the Bulgaria can help out the doctors in the Netherlands to build a team there as well. Something like that might be of use. And the pull factors were like an opportunity for academic development and the choice of specialty. Like if I want to be a pediatric cardiothoracic surgeon and it doesn't exist in Turkey, I prefer to go somewhere else. And the absence of doctors in Western Europe is another huge pull factor, especially for the doctors in Western Europe.
Okay. All right. Do you feel that we have enough of clearly defined problems that we're trying to tackle with the solutions that will be coming up later? Maybe we can get back to that after we hear from the last group.
Okay, so ours was about the workforce planning.
Yeah.
In general, we had a problem, or we felt like we had a problem that we needed data or something more than we already have in our knowledge, because we just repeat the things that we know of, or that's already been done probably. But in general, it's the access to the knowledge of healthcare, so it's the immigration topic we talked about, the e-health, and it's good to use it as a teaching method when there's not enough there, and it's easy to get that knowledge in that way. And then the other one is that we as doctors have less equipment, and for that we need a good environment. So then it's like things as distance, lack of equipment, need to measure how many doctors are where, and that needs to be open, open access so people can know what it is, and then use it accordingly. Medication, pharmacy needs to be there. The machine switch tools, right? The hospital spots are also great. Yeah, that's kind of what we got.
Right. So we have a couple of things, right? Maybe discussing the problems and the solutions, like pairing them up a little bit more, like now that we're together again. So far what we have is a couple of definitions of the pull and push factors, being standard of living, political social issues, unfulfilled expectations, personal need for change. This is what I got from you guys. And then in here also come the lack of spaces for specialties, lack of opportunity for academic achievements, lack of doctors in general in certain countries. Also what we've been saying now, like the environment, whether it's appropriate or not, being one of the push and pull factors as well. And then what we have in terms of solutions is the need for more data. If we want to do workforce planning, this maybe begins to tackle things like lack of doctors, lack of openings for specializations, things like that. Then we also have e-health or e-approaches, so telemedicine in terms of also tackling lack of doctors and lack of doctors mostly. But I feel that what we're missing is the other things that you were talking about, the previous group that were defining the problems. So basically, tackling standard of living issues, political social issues, unfulfilled or fulfilled expectations, personal wishes and wants of doctors and young graduates. So what are we doing here? Are we tackling these issues or not? Do we want to tackle these issues? Do we want to expose those issues in the policy paper? No. So perhaps what I would suggest at this moment in time is basically think about the problems that you've identified a bit deeper. I'll get to you in a second. And then maybe try to focus on, let's try to focus on the problems that we might try to solve using policy measures. Yeah.
If we don't tackle those main issues, we only have the suggestions we will make. If they're implemented, that would only be a temporary, something temporary.
Sure.
We have to tackle those main issues for the solutions to be permanent and right.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Otherwise, we
sure.
make a new problem from the old problem.
Right, yeah, of course. So, I mean, one of the main difficulties, for instance, just as an example, being the lack of openings for specialty training. Do we want this to be emphasized and call upon national governments or the EU or some other entity to have more of those? Or do we call upon the EU to encourage inter-country specialty openings? So, for instance, like countries collaborating to offer enough openings for specialties, or what do you guys want? This is what I'm asking.
Well,
yeah.
I think one point is that it should be an open access, like it should be known, or it should be an open database for people, and they can do whatever they want with it. They can create their own collaboration. They can, the country can find themselves to not want to collaborate. Like that's up to the level, I guess.
So an open database of maybe specialty training, like positions, and job placement.
I actually was thinking about it, like, because the main issue is that we actually now didn't have enough data to say about the workforce planning. So, like, if it's not known, then we cannot do anything with it.
Right.
So, it's open.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's of course going to be a need for data, but there's other policy papers that are calling for this at this minute. And I don't feel that we as medical students, that this should be our priority. But this is my personal opinion. That's like the chair here, but personally discussing it. Yeah, what else? So what do you feel that you as medical students or young graduates in a couple of years are going to be experiencing that we should be emphasizing in this policy paper regarding migration? What is it that you would like for your national governments and the European Union or other entities to do for you guys to make your lives easier? Yeah.
First of all, access to information. Then you, as you said, then you can
Sure.
do it yourself. The
Okay.
main point for us is clear the confusion, because none of us has a great idea of what's going on.
Okay, good. So, yes, we completely agree. I'm just asking if there's anything else more than that. Because we did have other problems identified. Right, I'm just saying.
Maybe also future lookouts.
Okay.
So knowing that after 2 years you can actually work with that specialty in some other countries.
All right. Anything else? Damla, you talked a lot about like social issues that push people to leave their countries. is it something that we would like to emphasize and call upon action towards it or not? Like salaries, standards of living.
Yes, well, salaries aside, the clearest thing in my mind is violence against doctors.
Right.
And there is always this, I don't know, maybe it's a cultural thing, but it might also be a universal thing. So there is always this hostility against medical professionals, not only doctors, I mean in general, because it's like, I went to the doctor to have my problem solved, but then he couldn't do anything about it. It's not God's fault.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how to explain this.
No, I think I understand what you're trying to say. I'm just wondering how does this relate to migration itself?
Well, there was also one more thing that I mentioned during the speech, that there is the unfulfilled expectations problem. If like you study and work in your own country and see that this sort of attitude is facing your profession, you might expect it to be different in another country. But if this is a global problem, or if this is a Europe-wide problem, then there is no escaping this. I mean, can policy papers change social opinions?
I don't think so. I think they can put pressure on policymakers, if anything. I mean, this is like the up and above goal of a policy paper. Like changing policy itself. I don't think you can change public opinion using a policy paper. It would be nice though, but who do we talk to? Right. So is there something that we want to emphasize in terms of standard of living, for instance? Do we call upon, I don't know, a harmonization of wages or salaries for young doctors? Do we call upon all countries to pay medical students while they're doing the residency, as Switzerland does? I mean, is this something that we want to consider?
I think this shouldn't be a part of this paper.
Okay, agreed.
It could be a whole paper on itself. So
sure.
It would be.
I do find it like a very important point, because the main reason of migration is way easier these days to migrate knowledge through the internet, or just migration on its own because of EQ. And I do believe that all those social determining factors are like the main reason for migration. So you should at least mention it and make it really clear that we do call upon it.
I think you can mention it as a push criteria, but don't try to, or not demand something on this topic, because I think to demand something on this topic, you need to write a whole paper in which you explain what will be the consequences and so on. So point it out as a problem, but don't try to solve this problem in this paper. This is my suggestion.
Or maybe solve it using other measures. So for instance, you can't go in and tackle wages in Turkey because that's impossible, since doctors are financed by the national government. But we could call upon other measures that would kind of make it sweeter for the Turkish students to stay in Turkey and practice medicine there. Maybe like appeal to their ethical side, appeal to something else.
Yeah. For example, positive things, what good workforce planning is.
Right. Okay. All right. Certainly.
You can take the Netherlands as an example.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yes, I saw somebody else raise their hand. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, we need to be realistic, I think. So, I don't know if we can demand for unification of the systems of attendance to gain what first person go to demand the same salary.
Right. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure we can do that. We can do other things.
Well, in the BBMD, we have a little experience on writing policy papers. And what I see is you demand sometimes just realistic things. But if you don't demand things that are like a little bit more idealistic, then you won't get anything. Like sometimes it's good to demand such things to say, hey, there's a problem, we would like this to happen. So you can also say, we know that this is not possible right now, but this should be the goal. So, you know what I mean?
I think we should have an alternative.
What?
An alternative.
Yeah, this is what I say. In this paper, it would be too much. So that's, yeah, but still, idealistic ideas
Right.
are sometimes good.
So let's try to break down the pull and push factors a bit more. So like social determinants are incredibly important. We all agree on that, upon that, right? So there's also a matter of how different healthcare systems are designed in terms of access to specialty training and other sorts of training. Like, and some countries have entrance exams, some don't. Some have, I don't know, massive amounts of specialty training slots. Some have very few of them because of, I don't know, the economic crisis, whatever. Is there something among those other factors that you would like to tackle, call upon? Yep.
Well, there's this concept of putting mandatory work for your conscience. For instance, like military service in Turkey. You don't have to do it if you feel that you're not capable of killing a person or if you feel that it's wrong. For instance, my country is famous for policies of pro-life. But if I'm a pro-choice doctor, in terms of abortion, I might have difficulty following the policies regarding health. I mean, the law protects it, but my conscience might say otherwise. And this might be another reason to leave a country
All right.
as a medical professional.
Sure.
Yeah.
That might be part of the problem, right?
I don't know how to solve this problem.
Sure. So, for instance, like,
I have a question from blah blah, but in the brain drain. Did you also? So you point out the third criteria for the intercontinental migration, like the between countries. But do you also point out the problems, or what are the four criteria for urban versus rural?
We did not discuss urban versus rural, we just discussed
Yeah. It should be like maybe two parts in this thing, because we will, if we explain the rural versus urban migration in the first part, we should also take it on in the paper. Don't just mention it. We could also just not mention it, but I think it's an important thing. Okay, so then just that you don't forget it.
All right. So what I got from this discussion is that we might have four major criteria, four major groups of pull-push criteria. The first one is social determinants, so standard of living, wages, whatnot. Second one is whether or not there is mandatory training after you graduate or not. Third one, the environment offered after you start work. That's connected surely with the standard of living, but it's something else. And then lastly, the access to further training and or education. So these are the four ones I got from this discussion right now. Is there anything else? Yeah.
Well, I think not only the access to training, but also the quality of training.
Right. Access and quality of training. Very well. Okay. Is there anything else? Any other problems that you see here?
I just have a question of how far the urban problem itself has to do with European level at all. I think these are national problems which every country has to solve by its own measures, as it's not a unique thing in Europe.
Okay.
The reasons are different, I bet.
I mean,
In Germany than in Turkey, but there's no people in the country. That's
sure. It's fair enough that we recognize that there might be a problem on the inter-regional migration area, but we just choose not to do anything about it. We in this policy paper. It's fair enough. Yeah.
Well, I would tend to disagree on that, because having a national migration towards the city might be a push factor to get foreign workers into your country. something which several countries are experiencing at the moment, which are having programs to import doctors because they can't fill positions in rural areas anymore.
They recognize that as a full factor?
It will be a fourth factor.
Because in I didn't see it anywhere in the data.
We see, for instance, in Germany, we do have a lack of doctors on the countryside, which is now being filled more and more with doctors coming from other European countries.
The thing is, with research data, it's so specific and so different in this country, you can't find something you have to use your own personal experience and all that. I believe that we see, like, and I know that, for example, in Croatia, we have a very similar thing. We have people from Korea coming to Zagreb, and then we have a push factor in Zagreb because we don't have enough places to work for university and then they leave. And at the same moment, people from neighboring countries come and work in our group. Yeah.
All right, maybe to change the conversation a little bit and switch it up, let's ask ourselves a couple of normative questions that we're going to have to expose in the policy paper. Do you feel that migration should be as open as possible, or should it be regulated as much as possible?
The Greeks say the middle is the best.
The middle is the best, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Talking about European Union, migration could be regulated. You know, this is an open country. And each of the member states signed a contract that each person could go to each country.
Yeah, it's like that now. It doesn't. The status quo is not necessarily what we want to have in the future. What I'm saying is that we can think outside the box and say that, for instance, for certain professions, we should allow, I don't know, member states more discretion when it comes to migration or not. We can. Well, this is why I'm asking you guys. I'm not arguing for it. I'm just asking what is the normative stance that you guys want in this policy paper.
You don't have to forbid something. You just can also regulate it in a way like we demand to have programs in which you can go for such years in a country, gain knowledge, and come back. If you propose this thing, then the people will go voluntarily just for a few times, so they come back, so they don't move away for permanently.
Or you could say, like, we recognize that countries such as this and this, with low income, blah, 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 need, let's say, a common European strategy that would increase quality of work with selected countries and help those countries with the quick rate.
Exactly, something like that.
Making, let's say, make a European fund, whatever, state factor.
Right.
So regulation is not in the bad way, but in a way to help or to motivate people to stay in the country.
Right. So
allowing with freedom migration, but let's say making it also threatened. I'm not just saying, okay, everything is liberal and whatever you like.
Right. So this is what I was asking you guys. I mean, exactly this. Like, it doesn't. It's not something that we should use to prejudice the language of the policy statement. Just something that we have to agree upon, like now, before we actually start writing it.
But there is one more thing that definitely should keep in mind that most of the people.
Right.
Not all of us here are
Very true.
It's EMSCouncil, we should probably try to look at at least Europe as a whole.
Okay. So Europe, as in the WHO Europe, region?
Well, no, well, quite honestly, I personally feel that if you're trying to lobby for something, that's probably what you're doing.
Right.
But when you're looking at the situation, you should probably
Look
like
geographic region.
although European has Eastern Partnership, European Partnership, through those programs.
Right. Okay. Go ahead.
Or maybe just to add on that, most of the countries here already are and will, especially when it comes to exchange programs or mobility programs, that they're treated nearly equally to European Union. In fact, those do have a candidate status right here. And I think we should take a look at the European regulations because those are the ones which are becoming also indirectly normative for non-EU member states.
Right. So good. We have a couple of normative stances right now. Let's have more. So what we're saying is that we're going to focus mostly on European Union regulation while taking into account the status of Europe as a continent as a whole. Secondly, what we're saying is that we are pro-migration, but we would like to have some informal limits on it, especially in terms of tackling pull and push criteria.
I'm not sure about the informal still, because, I don't know, it's, well, I'm not sure about it.
Right. Then let me phrase it like this. Do you feel that migration is a problem, or it's not a problem?
The fact.
Okay, it's a fact, right? It is a fact.
It's not a problem. Lack of strategy, lack of strategic development can be a problem.
Right. Okay.
Migration may be a solution.
Okay. Right. So okay, which?
We don't want limitations. We want like sweets.
Right. So when you're talking about incentives, you can either incentivize people to migrate more, or you can incentivize people to migrate for a couple of years and come back, or incentivize people to migrate less. This is what I'm asking. Sorry?
It's not necessarily more or less. Maybe how we are.
Okay.
Because in some parts of Europe, you need more migration and some less.
Right. Okay. So we're trying to change the quality, not necessarily the quantity, but the quality of migration. Okay. Good. Go ahead.
Somehow, I'm still not sure you can say more migration, less migration.
Right.
That's what you say we want the country, or we want the quality to be better, we want this to be better, but this is what is different.
Yeah. Right. So what we're going to be trying to tackle is the quality of migration, so the kinds of migration that we're seeing. Okay?
I think something that we should emphasize is that we don't want to limit mobility. We have to make a difference between mobility and migration, because the different factors which should be mixed in.
Okay.
And when looking at personal freedom, I think we all agree that we don't want to limit anyone to move from one country to another if they can do it, want to. But I think the whole question of having the right incentives to stay in the country and to have planning is important. That is something which we could also address. Is so we're talking about workforce planning, which is going to be an issue in the next number of years. Do we want to have this be done at member state level, at regional level, or do we want to have the European Union doing that?
Right.
My personal opinion would be leaving it to the member states because they're the ones in charge. But my opinion, the European Commission would like to see more in their hands.
But on the other hand, Germany has the capacity to do so. Not necessarily Germany. So in my opinion, I would say both. Nation states need to be the main stakeholder here, but it wouldn't hurt to have EU strategy, EU funds.
Okay. All right, so we have strategy, we have no limits on mobility, but we have a vision for how we would like to change the quality and the nature of migration. So let me ask you now, like, to do a thought experiment. And how would you envision migration to be run perfectly in terms of doctrine migration, doctrine mobility? What would you find to be like the perfect state as opposed to the state we have currently? how would you like to see this like happening? Would you like to see more temporary migration? More like people going to another country for 3 years and then coming back, just to get the training, getting experience, coming back, or how would you like to see it? What's the goal that we're trying to reach with this policy paper? Dear delegates. Any thoughts at all? Like, what is it that you would like to accomplish? How does the end goal look like with this policy paper? Let's say that we're extremely successful at lobbying everybody and everybody adopts this paper. What is it that this paper does?
I would say freedom of mobility, but again, also something about quality.
Yeah, let's try to specify this term quality of migration. Like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the time? Are we talking about the quality of training and work experience? What are we talking about?
We're talking about the best for everybody.
we're actually talking about quality of health.
Right.
In the whole Europe.
This is like allocation of resources, right?
So are we?
Doctors resources.
Somehow.
So is our policy paper going to be calling for a strategy on the European Union, on the European level, that allocates resources, also human resources, in a fair way to all countries? Is this what you want to be the outcome? So in 10 years, we can say that we force the Commission to adopt a strategy on workforce planning.
Send German doctors.
Yes. Is this something that we want to see? I mean, I'm asking you guys.
I can try.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, it's a safe environment. Like, go ahead. So.
I would say that on one hand, what you mentioned, basically, like on one hand, we want people, if they want to move out of the country, they can, and it's not being made difficult for them, more complicated. But on the other side, like the country doesn't suffer, so the healthcare system in the country, where they go or which they leave, doesn't suffer because of that.
Okay.
That's the ideal, I guess, we want to see.
Right.
So everyone's happy with that side. But so it's a very complex matter.
Yeah. Like, how do you accomplish this? Do we call upon more possibilities for temporary migration, for instance?
Not sure.
Do we have good? I mean, I'm just asking. Do we have like good practices already in place that we would like to see as the model for the entire union, for the entire country?
Temporary migration might be one of the solutions, but also it's interconnected with improved conditions of healthcare. The situation of doctors in countries, for instance, in Poland, like we migrate because so many people complain about the system.
Right.
We don't like it and so on. Perhaps if we do like slightly improved in Poland, I think.
So we might call for further on. Yes.
Well, it's a new idea, a suggestion, just brainstorming here. But what do you think about not talking normative, not limiting mobility at all, but stating that a member state has to have a proper workforce planning system that manages to train as many doctors as will be needed in 6 years to fulfill their demographic needs. Correct? Which means, on this myself, I'm not here from government. But I think that would be something where we ensure that some countries are not being predatory to others. Just taking the example of the UK a couple of years ago, where they actually deliberately reduced the number of medical students in order to pay more to junior doctors, because they knew they could import them easier from abroad, be more attractive, and save them money. Because medical training is expensive, one of the most expensive training.
Yeah,
depending on the country, 700,000 per million per student.
That is, I agree that's a good idea. However, it might be the problem Austria, where they basically made it like more doctors than you need.
Well, they have to produce at least the amount they need. They can produce more, but then it will do at least the one they need.
Okay.
We still have the free market in there, so it's still according to European Union rules. It's still coming into the market, but there's proper planning to take it. And no one's going to need this amount of doctors in 6 years, we're going to train them now. And then, of course, I also need to have the incentive to keep them. Otherwise, we need to train more. But at least I need to fulfill the amount I have, not to steal them from others.
Right. Go ahead.
We're running a little bit dangerous there because we still have to see at the moment that the get paid for each student the next year. But that is not a tremendously increase all the seats they have and still overcrowding their university to get funds. And I think the quality of the education can actually increase.
What he said, when they were fine,
and then they get funding.
No, it's a goal in itself. It's inherently good. I mean, the member states will figure out the reward. It's not up to us to say, I don't know, give them a carrot. I'm just saying that we could call upon member states to have at least as many medical graduates as they'll need in 6 years. And that's it.
Stakeholder, whatever the European Union should say, okay, perhaps we can have a common fund that are unable to do so, whatever. But that's not up to us. What we are saying is that countries should make self-state.
Right.
We have two less doctors in Germany. Like, why? Well, I have few numbers. It's like in the year 2013, 3,000 German doctors who were working in Germany, actually, they went abroad. That's the first one. And we have like the problem with the rural and urban, plus urban. There are two less, everybody who lives in the urban cities, but the problem is that also the doctors want higher quality in the workspace. They don't want to work like 24 hours a day, or not 24 hours, but they don't want to make extra hour shifts all the time. Before it wasn't like the problem increased over the last years because doctors wanted to live a happy life besides their work. So that's why the problem increased over the past years. But yeah, a lot of hospitals are complaining about we don't have enough doctors.
So I'm just trying to say we have to think about that why, and that is actually what we want to do.
I want to add like two more ideas. First of all, if you wanted to ask like countries to provide enough students, then you also have to think about like what's the percentage of doctors that actually then work in the clinical field, because in Germany this is kind of a huge problem. I think only 60% continue like actually being doctors. And right?
Being doctors?
I mean, what's the percentage of doctors that continue working in the clinical environment?
Like clinical environment?
Yes.
Or
like non-research, non-political.
Just being doctors.
Just doctors, just.
But still, we're losing support of the workforce. But the German problem is actually not a lack of training. I mean, you can't train as fast as you need. We train enough, but we have a problem with retention. So what we need to do is actually work on the working conditions, because we are not having enough incentives to keep doctors in the profession.
And then one more thing, for example, in Germany it's quite hard to get into med school, so what people used to do just to go to Austria. And then Austria has had maybe enough like spaces, but they were like occupied from the German students. So it was like, I don't know, 40% German students in each year, and then they made a law to like bypass that and went to European High Court, and now I think they have kind of a quota which is not really according to EU regulations, but it is somehow accepted.
Yeah, we have the same thing.
Mm.
Okay, so as far as the curriculum discussion, we have two areas that we would like to see. On the EU level, we would like to see all member states to have ethical recruitment standards. So, for instance, no predatory recruitment. Then we would like to see a strategy for battling brain drain in countries where it has become a problem. Maybe with a common fund attached, maybe not. We can decide on the language later. Then we would like to call upon member states, and this is the crucial thing, to improve working conditions, so to avoid salary dumping, to work on fair wages, blah, 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 blah. For them to have, for them to educate at least as many medical graduates or young doctors as they need. And maybe with the addition of the latest one, maybe should we call upon harmonizing entrance conditions for medical school and postgraduate training? Or not? What do you feel? Because like one of the push-pull factors obviously then is if it's easier to become a doctor in one country, then you're obviously going to go there to study medicine. I am waiting.
Do we want to put the medical student movement too in this paper?
Sure.
No, it's an own paper. And this paper will explode if we put this too inside.
All right.
It's really, guys, we don't want to put too many topics in it. We have the doctor's migration, and if we put the students' migration as well, it's all other push-pull factors.
Okay, good. Then we decide upon this, and this is how it is? Yeah? Okay.
No, but seriously, because if someone mentions students that come say you ask for the qualification.
Who cares? We have a director in that.
Yeah.
No, I think we can. Okay, so no students, just doctors. I agree with that. It's fine. But then, if we're talking about doctors, then it's postgraduate training and education that might be one of the factors that we could call upon to be harmonized. I mean, it's not only spaces for specialty training; it's also how does one get to specialty training. So we've heard that in some countries there are difficult exams. In some countries, it's basically just apply and you get in. I don't know. I mean, and it's a word like harmonization. It's not like everybody should be the same, but everybody should tend towards a similar system.
I'm gonna make a suggestion. I don't know. I'm gonna be hated for it. But we are a students' association, right?
Indeed.
So maybe we should do a paper not about the doctor's migration, but maybe we should do it about the students' migration. What about this? Because we have this discussion in the BBNP as well, and we decided on not writing papers about doctors because we are a students' association, and we should care about our training as students. So, yeah, I think we should do it more about what are the push and pull criteria for students to go abroad or for students to go to another country.
Okay,
Just
it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. You were first, and then.
But the thing should still say as future doctors, have opinion about doctors. But I think like data, that's why I also was like, you don't have data. To talk about our own situation. You can still say something.
You can find data, but
No, it's certainly, I mean, one of the push-pull factors in the note that one of the push-pull factors for students as well as like future working conditions. I think that's clear.
this you can put in the paper.
Sure. Yeah. Nick and then Finn.
Yeah, from a purely policy making perspective, and about credibility and getting something done in Brussels, I would agree with Dr. Dieter saying you will have more credibility and more power with a paper focusing on student mobility and its effects on focus on student mobility, looking at the whole big picture of workforce migration. And it starts already with student mobility. But if you study in one country, you're most probably going to be working at country as well. Or you move that. But I think you give it that twist. CKME will not feel that you're stepping on their toes because you're interfering with their work, because you're talking about something where you're the experts. Then you are their experts as well, because you are a specialized organization within the CKME system dealing with medical students.
All right. Tim, and then we'll go back. Well, this is up to you guys. I don't know. Tim? Finn is speechless for the second time in the EMS. I think we need more of those events.
No, I do agree with the. However, one more thing to keep in mind is that this. When people always say that you have to look at challenges that you're going to face in a couple of years. So these are the challenges that we are all going to face in a couple of years. So I really am pro the idea of okay, perhaps the main topic can be switched from doctors to students. I'm going to shut up.
Okay, Aphrodite, I think you've had something to say. No?
I'm really stuck.
I think this is something that should be put to like an informal vote, perhaps. Do you all have the flags with you guys? Then you guys know who you are, okay? But before that,
This is just how we put it out there. That we I'm not sure there's data about student migration.
Have you searched for it? Have you searched for data? Because I think
Have you searched for data?
not yet, but I think there is data.
No, there's not. There's no data. That's the problem. Like we have to say we have the web team, and they're trying to actually push for the there's no data downstream.
and Nick,
As far as I know.
yeah.
Well, so we clearly identified a niche here. So I think one of the things we could call for is to have the European Union looking at providing more data of mobility.
Actually, there is data. Every university uses its students, and the university knows how many foreign students they have.
Okay, that's
Where are doctors, our patients, the net, where are the students?
yeah. But where are the students now? They're going to be doctors in 6 years. That's what they're saying.
So you have now working for it. After they finish, they don't stay for me, they need for Germany, where they come from. So where are the students doesn't where are the doctors?
Right?
That's yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, sure.
It's not the same as what we what I tried to say, what my suggestion was that if we as a students association put a paper on doctors migration, it's not that like people could ask, why are you writing this paper, you students? I mean, with that thinking, if we write a paper about students migration on as the topic, and then in this paper we could also write the students migration affects the mobility, because it's not the same, of course not, but it affects it. Because in your studies you see what what in your country is happening. You know what I mean? While you studies, you see how the doctors in your country work. And this affects you on choosing either to stay in your country or not.
When we finish our education,
I can't hear you.
when we finish our education in 4, 5, 6 years, there will be a shortage of doctors. And
What?
a shortage of doctors.
Yes.
And for example, I don't finish my country to come in your country. Sure. So, what happens there is
problem, solve completely the problem.
Right.
Yeah, but why would
Can
we
I?
train?
I'm sorry. Can I then propose like a compromise? I mean, we can focus on doctors' mobility right after graduation or up to 5 years after graduation, where we have the experience and we do have the stadiums, and where the pull and push factors from both kind of have to be taken into account. That's something that makes sense. Because what we were discussing right now is something like, I don't know, openings for specialty training. I mean, this is something that has to do with people that are like up to 35 years of age. Tim, you had your hand up for a while. Yes, but keep it brief if you can.
Well, first of all, just one idea, perhaps don't period, with a student focus and recognize the idea.
Right?
Because yeah, we're not really say something about
Of course.
However, in that case, you have to identify the problems students are facing, which are already quite covered in the. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that there are so many things that were asked for action on.
No, sure. This is why I would suggest to focus on young graduates. So they are doctors per se, but because most of the things we were talking about right now is like, okay, working criteria, social determinants. These are things that don't deal with doctors specifically, but with like pretty much everybody. But we were also talking in depth about specialty training, which has to do with people that have just gotten out of the medical.
I'll just be a dev.
As am I. As am I.
Next question. Do we want to policy
Well, that's up to you guys.
No, because I mean, if the focus is switching, then we don't have to have a policy. We have guidelines for instance to do something with the European junior doctors or whatever. The focus is shifting. You can just try to define the problems that either you want to work on or that you can't currently work on.
Or we can have the policy paper that we can go to the European Union doctors with and ask them to co-sign.
Exactly, because if we start either working we would like to work on our CBME, we have a problem. And what do we want the outcomes of the policy paper and then yes and no?
Well, let me start at the beginning then. Do you want to shift the focus of the paper or not? Let's put it to vote. Hands up. Shift yes. Shift more to students. That's 2 countries. No. Okay, so we're not shifting to students. Do we want to shift it to?
What are the options and?
Okay, students right after graduation in general. These are the 3 options that I see. Okay, right? Do you want right after graduation? So you're a graduate mobility in that setting. Sorry?
I think you should concentrate on graduate mobility.
Okay, graduate mobility.
Who doesn't have the medical degree, go and find specialty in another country.
All right. Who wants to focus on graduate mobility then? Formally or informally? Okay, we have 2 people.
Can we put all 3 on
3.
Options.
We have 2 people so far in student mobility. We have 3 people in graduate mobility. Sorry? Yeah.
Actually, I think we should be broad on mobility and migration in general,
Right.
and identify the problems that we want
To that one?
Yeah. Just set the ground here,
Right.
and leave the policy for the next general assembly council working with our partners.
Why we have 4 hours today? We have 4 hours left today.
Well, groundwork.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of work, right? And then you can split those things into students, young
we can see how far we get today and then decide. Right? Is that a vote or what's going on?
No, a statement.
And then we'll get
I think 4 hours are more than enough to actually get a short, concise policy paper out of the group. A policy paper doesn't and shouldn't actually not only focus on what you want member states or the commission to do, but you could also mention what you are committing yourselves to do. And that's something very important, because that adds credibility to the paper paper. We as EMSCouncil and EMSCouncil will be working on this. We want to collaborate with JT and Skinny on getting something done. We want to work with the joint action on how workforce planning, to have a student voice heard in here, blah, blah, blah. But this adds credibility to the paper.
Okay.
Identifying broad topics.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say there's also the procedure of the establishment through one solution. Like you can say we vote that there's 2 people saying this, 2 people saying that.
Sure.
I don't know sure what the EMSCouncil is, but we want to end it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay, so let's have the options again. Let's have a vote on whether to focus on students specifically. Yeah, excellent. Either students specifically or graduates specifically, or a more broad focus on, okay, or doctors in general, or focus on, what's that? Groundwork.
Not make.
Actually,
I don't think that's really, I think the number 4 is like, it depends on how far we get today.
yeah. No, basically, number 4, whatever, what we said, right? So make a general statement, identify the problems, and identify, let's say, a general strategy in 1 or 2 months or 1 year.
Okay, but that has to do with that doesn't have to do with the content of the paper. That's a different vote that has to do with the procedure. What I would like to have now is a decision on what the content of the paper should focus on. Should it focus on students? Should it focus on graduates? Or should it focus on, more broadly, doctors' migration? And then we can decide whether the procedure wants to go far or just go to guidelines or whatever. Yeah, this is your position. Yeah, I know that this, but this is your position. Right?
Number 4.
I think it's 2 different decisions. That's what you want to say. That's what the focus should be and what we want to work.
Exactly.
Regardless of the results of the policy paper or the general recommendation for how we want to continue to work, and that is like thorough procedure.
No. Basically, what you're saying is we want to focus doctors.
Or not focus at all. Like,
Yeah, what I'm saying is not focus at all. Identify.
Yeah. This is the. Yeah. So this is option 3. Not focus at all, like on the specific.
Focus on everything.
Yeah, focus on medical people migrating. All right.
Focus on migration is not the one.
No, so
You could also focus.
we admire the problem. Yes, we do. So the option 3 is not doctors, but like in general. All right. So disregard the word doctors. Okay. Can we decide on this first? Okay. So who wants to focus solely on students? Nobody. Who wants to focus solely on graduates? Nobody? Okay. So we're going to do it in general. Okay. Excellent. Is that a yes? I don't know. I mean, sorry?
That's not
Right. Okay, so I guess you guys are abstaining?
No, we're not, but I'm just suggesting. Do I think you don't have a voice?
Okay, we're going to do it one more time.
Okay.
One voice.
You have a vote? Okay, do you want to focus on students in general? No, in students specifically. I see no hands going up, so I guess not. Who wants to focus on graduates specifically? I see no hands going up, so I guess nobody. Who wants to vote for a general focus? There's Greece as well.
Can you raise
IR.
So I think this is okay, 7, and then I think we have Germany left. What are you? You're abstaining, okay? That's it, okay. So we have and 1 abstention. This is a procedural motion, right?
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, we did complicate ourselves. Okay, and we have 1 abstention.
Yes.
Good. So we are going to focus on working on migration in general. So not focus at all. Good. So we're back at where we were half an hour ago. But I'm glad we had the discussion and have decided upon it. So that's good. Okay. Let's have then another vote, if it makes sense. So the option 4 is focus on groundwork only and define problems and a strategy for solving this problem in the following months. Is this what we were proposing? Is it a fair? I did.
Okay. Because, like Nick said, having the statement on that.
Okay, and in the end, have a statement on it. Right. And then the other option is option 2. Try to have a policy paper done by the end of EMSC. Is there any other options that you would like to propose?
Against
Or
vote.
abstain?
Against vote.
Yeah.
Abstaining is not against vote. It's against.
Okay, abstain. Okay, so who wants to focus on groundwork, define problems and strategy for the resolution of these, and then in the end have a statement on this process at the end of the day? I call you all to vote. We have half a vote from Croatia. Okay, so let's go.
Could you sit? Are you okay? You're.
No, it's fine. I see him. I see him from here. So
You
it's
see him,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can stay there. I just have to remember to turn my head. Okay, so that's 1. Okay, who wants to try and finish a policy paper at this EMSC on the issue of migration in general as it relates to health professionals? Okay, vote now. I think this is like a clear majority, okay? Who wants to abstain from the vote? Nobody, no abstentions. Okay. So we have decided... Yeah, because he did have half a vote on the first one. So
That's 5, half plus 1.
So it's 8. Did somebody not vote? There is a possibility of abstention. There is not a possibility of abstaining from abstention.
That was 5 is a clear guideline.
Okay, it's a clear guideline. Let's go. Okay. So we're going to try and do a policy paper on migration in general. So this brings us back to the discussion we were having half an hour ago. Well, where we were trying to define the problems that we're trying to tackle, and then the solutions that we feel that are going to tackle these problems. All right. So the problems that we've identified this far were in the context of pull and push factors, which were the following. First, social determinants such as standard of living. Second, work environments. Third, mandatory trainings and other, mandatory trainings. And the last, access and the quality of further training. Okay, these were the problems that we've identified. And then some of the solutions that we've had in terms of actors. The first one being the European Union level, ethical recruitment guidelines. Second, strategy for brain drain in countries where it has become a problem. And then the second stakeholder or group, member states. We would call upon member states to improve working conditions. And secondly, we would call upon them to have at least as many graduates as they need based on certain projections and forecasts. Is there something else that you would like to add to this before the break? which looms nigh, so worry not. Feel free. I mean, this is the time before we start writing. After the coffee break, we will start writing. Nick, sorry, Tim, go ahead.
Seriously? Yeah, if the perspective is broad enough,
Sorry?
may not be a bad idea to
Right, okay. Excellent. Okay, so let's add either a problem or a solution that relates to students. So one was entrance to medical schools. So entrance criteria to medical schools, that was one of the issues because it's not harmonized, so it becomes a full endo push factor. Okay? Entrance to medical schools. And a clear solution here would be what? To harmonize, call upon member states to try and harmonize entrance criteria, call upon the European Union to call upon member states. Did I do an early break? No. Okay, go ahead. Ready. What do you feel?
Let's just.
Okay. Anything else that would force students to emigrate? One is entrance criteria, so right at the beginning of school. Second might be, okay, quality of education, but this has been dealt with by another paper, I feel. No? Protesters, okay. Sure. It happens to all of us. What we're trying to do now is finish the list of problems, and right now we're brainstorming problems as they pertain to students, more specifically. As for now, we have entrance criteria to medical schools, which we have written down as one of the possible pull and push factors that cause people to emigrate. Costs of medical education, right? Okay, cost of medical education. Yeah.
What do you mean by ethical?
That's not in here. It says no. Ethical recruitment guidelines pertain to non-predatory recruitment, such was the, for instance, or as an example, you had the UK policy of recruiting doctors from Ghana by going there directly, headhunting the best and offering them better salaries. That's unethical. Oh, nothing in relation to it. That's something else. And it's not. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
No, just now. And then we'll talk about other things. Okay. Anything else? So for now we have entrance criteria to medical schools, cost of medical education. Is there something else? Quality of training and career development options. Yeah, training and career development. Anything else as it pertains to students? Yeah, so that's why I would like to focus on a couple that haven't been done yet. Okay, can we close the chapter of students then?
For instance, not the identity, not the identity, moving abroad for at least 1 year off. And I think this is
Before specialty training, for us it's like 6 months, so we would have the comparative advantage.
for us, it's fine.
Yeah, so you would have even more of a comparative advantage. Yeah. Why didn't they do it like 5 months and 2 weeks? That'd be like nicer. All right. So mandatory training is one of the things. That's excellent. Yeah.
For example, if I go to Ghana, I won't have to.
Right. So recognition of education. Good. Anything else? Okay, thinking now about the time right after graduation or during graduation. Do we have career prospects there? Yes? Sure. Right. Right, okay.
That means for any educational program, every like so there will be educational and professional.
Yeah, we have that though on the European Union level right now in the directive. Yes. No, what I'm saying is that for medical education specifically, we do have a directive that requires us to have 5,000 hours of training specifically. And this has been laid out as the sole criteria that you need in order for your degree to be recognized as a medical doctor. So we have that. Yeah? Okay, so entrance criteria to postgraduate training, right? Right. Are we talking about specialty training or other? Special training, okay. Good?
I like talking regards to how long you have to wait, for example.
No, if there's exams for the games for the first lesson.
Good?
I think we should discuss about what Jens called fitness waiting time to Jens.
Yep. So maybe a broader thing there would be access to specialty training. Yes. Internships. Okay. Right. Okay.
So in Germany, it used to be like that. REP.
Right.
We used to have this.
Okay.
No, we knew it wasn't going to be a monitor.
Anything else? Yes. Okay, so quality of specialty training? Certainly. Excellent.
And recognition again.
Recognition of specialty training. Okay.
What about, for example, I think if you want like to have to do a certain kind of specialty that's in that country, for example, I don't know, anesthesia would be mixed with pathology or something, because it is a bit different from country to country, right? And you want to go into exactly that field. So how can you?
For example, in case we have the
The contents of specialty training. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but again, that has to be specially defined.
Yeah, but then you can also have specific ones that are outside of these definitions. Yeah. Exactly, and we also have a couple like weird.
How do we put that in words? How do we put that in words?
Well, actually, here my feelings are a little bit split. Because on one side, I like harmonization, but on the other side, I feel that country, especially they recognize their own needs, should be able to find something.
So you say not to mention it at all, or
Especially for
Facility, yeah.
Oh, we're not looking at doctors.
hematologist could not go to Germany just because
Second, I'm saying,
Okay, so should we include it or not? What do the rest of you think? Does it present an important factor?
I think my brain is not working.
Yeah, sure. So this is why we'll have a break in like 5 minutes.
I would like to add one more.
Yeah.
I still carry the ground floating, which are yeah, the part that when you start working,
Salary.
salary, right?
Ethical payment.
Ethical payment, because in Croatia there was an idea to take down doctors 200 euros for the first year.
Ethical salaries.
I also think that I would
Okay.
could see my expression together.
Are there?
I think in Romania, for example.
Yes, and sorry. Also in Bulgaria, if you are not in this program, that government pays you something.
Yeah, but I think every country has that. If you're not part of the public network, then you have to pay
Yes,
for yourself.
but we have this case when you could be an intern and you should pay every month around 100 euros to the hospital or to the university just to study there, and you don't receive any salary. And you can imagine this for 4 years with another higher degree.
The problem is also that you lose student rights if you have lost your
So how do we name this? Alright. Anything else that you would like to put on this list, and then we can break for coffee to incentivize it?
Who do you pay for this specialty training? The government or like?
I think you pay the hospital, I don't know.
Okay. But it's an official payment, not like.
Because we also have this system. I mean, for us, you can get into a specialty training program that's financed by the government via the medical chamber, and then it's paid for. Or you can do it privately, but then you have to find your own mentor and pay the mentor the fee that otherwise the government would pay.
Yeah, well, that's just it. It's a requirement, then you should be.
It's not a requirement. You could be a GP, but if you want to be a fancy schmancy surgeon doctor...
Yeah, well, in Croatia you can't.
Oh, you can't?
No, you cannot work unless you've done your internship.
Which internship? The one that we have under students or the one that we have here? Up there. Specialty training. Yeah, same for us.
Before specialty.
Before specialty training.
When we finish this year,
Yeah.
you have to do
5 months. And you're talking about those 5 months?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So internship after graduation, and then put into parentheses like salary here as well. Because we get it paid.
You will lose student prices,
Right.
and then they get this brilliant idea of or in the year.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So we disagree on like the representation,
Specialty training. This is the problems.
What was that?
4, okay. So let's try.
No, I didn't say 4. Say something.
Sorry. Yeah.
I would definitely not use the word standardization.
Harmonization.
A touchy issue in European health standards. You could say that we would strive towards harmonization of
Specialty training.
trainings.
Yeah.
Because the risk you're running is that you force certain member states to abolish systems which are working for already a long time, or to adapt to those countries which might have a specialty where you have a specialty. So I think there should be some room to maneuver for the member states to still see how they can recognize it on an individual basis. That's what's happening right now. So we do have a directive. The directive allows automatic recognition for those which are existent in the majority of member states. And for the others, it's on a case-by-case basis. So actually they can look at if you have the right qualification for it, and then I think they even have a maximum of 3 months waiting time. So they have evidence within 3 months, but they can't switch it. The problem is actually solved.
So we can take it out?
Yeah.
Okay, so take it out. All right. Anything else? No? After the break, we get to the solutions part. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Yeah. Okay, maybe it is a good time to break.
No.
If you're not at the breaking point yet.
Was it your own idea or like something
I
inspired?
I think it was like the pressure from the public. Like otherwise it would have been a scandal.
I think but I love that.
Well,
Like that's the only way you think should dictators
exactly.
or kill them.
Let's try not to get this far. Okay, guys, coffee. It starts right now. You have half an hour, and then get back here and be punctual. Otherwise, I'll have to push you guys for 2 hours straight again.
Please, I'm dying here. I can't say that in like English.
When will the fortunate ole
Or like approximately, yeah, sorry to say.
Sorry, I was remembering. Then, so yeah, like the partners involved, external partners that are already there, the EU, those, what do, how, that's maybe not clear how we
Are you having
fit in
fun?
there. Like, of course we make policy, first we push this,
Are you answering
CPME or something like that, but clear what they already do. And any other message, like their data already influences what we say in policy.
So I thought we were studying.
No, I'm just saying to me that was some.
Something that should have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to restart, I believe. Do we have Germany? Yes. Do we have Netherlands? Yes. We have Greeks? Yes. We have Turkey? Yes. We have Iraq? Yes. We have Latvia? Okay. We have Bulgaria? Yes. I think everybody's here. We have Croatia, sort of. Sorry? Portugal is working on her BMJ paper. So
okay, let's open this session.
All right. So with this tab, we reopen the session. Okay. Now, before we go back to the slides and back to the brainstorming, a couple of quick announcements or reminders, rather. The first one is we encourage you all strongly to consider your candidatures for not the acting, but actual EMSC president, vice president, and yeah, those two positions. So think about those, all right? We're going to get more deeply involved with this tomorrow. Okay, just like think about it. If you want, if you guys are interested in the policymaking process.
What should you explain?
Sorry.
Could you explain what someone has to do?
They have to express interest to either Christina or Yanis, and they will guide you through the process.
No, I mean
the job description.
Job description.
Did you read the statute?
Yeah.
Okay, then really quickly.
Yeah.
You have it somewhere here?
I had it earlier. Well, basically this year it will be like about following up on that policy paper what we produce now, or the results we have, if it's a policy paper or not. Then also it would be about like restructuring the council and trying to work on new statutes that we can adopt at the next council meeting. And also like keep in contact with organizations like EMSA and maybe even facilitating the policy paper with EGD and stuff like that. There will be one person from the EMSA European Board as a council secretary, and for the elections it's the president of the council and the vice president. And those two have to come from a different country. So feel free to approach us at any time, day or night. Cool.
Preferably day.
Did that somehow answer your question?
Okay.
Very cool. Good. So do strongly consider those if you're interested at all. And then we also had a couple of questions as to what is actually going to happen with this policy paper. Are we the body that is supposed to be making this decision or not? How are we going to follow up on it and whatnot? First one, let's address the problem of are we the body to make a decision regarding this paper? And the answer is yes, because we're accepting or we're writing this paper as the EMSC, right? European Medical Students Council. We are here in the number of countries that we are. We have quorum. It is true that this is an EMSC that's in the state of rebuilding, but despite of all of this, if we have a policy paper that has come out of this process in this couple of days, it is an official EMSC paper that will be used in lobbying and so forth. So what happens to this paper? It really depends on the paper itself. So, for instance, if we're going to call upon the European Union to do certain things, then we're going to send this paper, as was explained yesterday, to the pertinent actors. For instance, the Commission, the Council, so forth, so on. So we're going to try to open like a dialogue with them regarding the issues in this paper. If we're going to decide that we have to focus more on the national levels or the member states, then we're going to ask individual like like you guys from different countries to try and lobby either your governments or medical chambers, so the pertinent actors on the national level. So it's really impossible to tell now what exactly is going to happen with this paper until we actually have a paper or something in front of us. And then, depending on the content of the paper, we'll decide the best strategy to go about putting it into as much action as possible. Does this answer some of the questions that were raised? I hope it does. Okay, so without further ado, let's continue with the process, unless there are other questions that were unrelated to what I've just said. All right. And one last thing regarding the schedule. If you take a look at the schedule that you've had in front of you, do not worry. The session, the training after lunch, will take place, but it doesn't take 2 hours. It will be a much briefer introduction done by Tin regarding the different stakeholders that we have. And I hope this will continue to answer the question as to what is actually going to happen with this paper, who are we going to lobby, perhaps present some important input for the policy paper itself. All right? So we do have enough time to really discuss and debate on all the issues regarding this policy paper. So feel free to do so as we have so far. So this, we have left off at sort of trying to define the problems that we see, the issues that we see regarding students and postgraduates in terms of mobility. Now before the break, we were just about ready to kind of close this part of the discussion. Now, after we've all had some sugar and caffeine inserted into your system, is there something else that you would like to add here, something that you would like to change now that you have new energy? Yes, go ahead.
I think that for postgraduates, unemployment is also an issue.
Unemployment, right. So I'll just do employment here, if that's all right. All right. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. Because a lot of postgraduates in Slovenia are currently unemployed because of budget cuts. Probably it's the same story in Greece, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a big. Yeah, exactly. Right. Right. All right. Anything else? Yeah, go ahead.
I think maybe mention the future opportunities.
Right. So career development options, perhaps. Yeah, because this is kind of a weird thing to put under students. Maybe it fits better under postgraduates, right? Or maybe like under both. Right. Because I mean, I don't want this to prejudice like the wording of the paper itself. I think this is something that should be included in the wording of the policy paper, but not necessarily like regarding students, regarding postgraduates, whatever. Okay, anything else? Or are you comfortable with moving on to the possible solutions to these problems? I will take your deafening silence as yes, let us move on to something else. Right? Okay. So these are the problems that we've identified. I think we can leave them on the screen for a while and try to identify solutions for not each of them, but like a couple of solutions, something that we might call for in the policy paper itself that would begin to tackle those. Let me remind all of you that in the discussion before the break, we've had a couple of things already. We've had ethical recruitment guidelines on the European level. We've had a European strategy for tackling brain drain in the countries where it has become a problem. For the member states, we've had improving working conditions, and we've had calling upon member states to educate at least as many medical graduates as they need based on forecasts. And of course, reinforcing the call for more data, which is of course needed for evidence-based policy making. What else?
I'm not sure what the formulation is, but
Sure.
I think that the education level is really important and production. So it's just like the quality of it, but I'm not sure.
Right. I would like to emphasize one thing here, that we already have a directive that requires all European Union states to have at least 5,000 hours of medical training if you want to be a medical graduate. So is it something that's outside of this directive that you were talking about? No, no, it's fine. I mean, this is like the content regarding medical professionals.
That just has the number.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Just as the number. That's it. Right. Okay. So we would call upon better quality or harmonization, streamlining of quality of. So, but how would we go about doing this? Like call for quality assurance criteria for medical schools.
How do you measure it?
I mean, because we do have systems of quality assurance in higher education, we might call for specific guidelines for quality assurance for medical schools to be developed and implemented.
Maybe just things like you need to know after you graduate or know or something like that. So
yeah.
What should a medical student in Europe, when he finishes med school, what should he be able to do? What should his skills be?
Right. Knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
Something like European core curriculum.
Right. Okay, so European social.
EMSCouncil kind of resolution.
Right. So it's awesome because in this document we might call upon a previous policy paper that we've adopted, and yet again call for a European core curriculum. So that's awesome. Okay, good. So like reminding people that we've worked on this for ages and they still haven't come up with a solution that students have come up with years ago. So shame on them. I'm kidding. And I'm being live streamed. Okay, go ahead. Right. It depends on the solutions that you propose, as I've tried to explain earlier. So for instance, if most of the suggestions that we're going to have relate to the European level, and we're of course going to try to go to the European Commission and the Council regarding those. If most of them are going to be regarding like member states and national levels, then of course we should lobby those. But it really depends on the content. Yeah.
Social and medical.
Right.
Salary, education, curriculum.
Right. So if you're talking about the European Commission, those would be then I think 3 different DGs, right? So you would have the one for health, you would have the one for social affairs, and then I think there's a different one for education as well. So we would have to try to get this policy paper to 3 different DGs. Yes, Nick?
Yeah, one part where if you're talking about employment, you go to DG employment,
right.
You go to DG education and culture for the education part,
right.
And DG health for the health part. So
right. So they're good.
That means those 3.
Yeah, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, one of the points of having like the European level and all those commissions is to try to enable the union to enact as many like interdisciplinary policies as possible. This is what they have regularly. So it's fine. It's good.
We need to add a 4th one into the market.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because what about mobility? Mobility is actually dealt with DG in the market.
Yep. All right. So there you go.
Explanation on the 2 different, on the 4 different DGs, or well, the European Union is all about internal market. So that's the most important reason for having a union is to have one big market where goods, services, people, and something else really. They call it the formability. That's actually the active basis of the European Union is to provide those formabilities. And for us, it's actually services and people who are responsible when it comes to workforce. So So if we want to talk about data reduction, we need to also send it to the Director General in charge, the European Ministry in charge.
Right. I hope this answers your question. I mean, the specific strategy regarding lobbying, I think, is something that we have to discuss after the content is kind of decided upon. All right. What else? So the European core curriculum solves part of the problem. Move on.
I think as I said before, data analysis and open access to the data.
So data regarding what?
Regarding mobility, regarding like what's already there as costs of education.
Okay.
Like if students know about
on mobility,
about all these things in countries, then they can inform decision if they want to move.
Okay, so mobility. So regarding different systems of education, postgraduate education or training, employment possibilities, things like that. This is what you had in mind. All right, cool. Okay, what else?
And open access.
And open access, that's sure. Like a nice website. Right. Okay. Furthermore, we did have the ethical recruitment thing. You can write it down. We did have the strategy for brain drain in affected countries. You can write it down.
This could be also a solution for
like encouraging it or encouraging development of programs.
You can take, like, if someone just wants to get to know a new culture or thinks that if in one country the medical standard is higher than in your own country, then with this kind of like you go there for 3 years, you could.
So like professional Erasmus.
Yes, because for a few years, then you get these things. You get to know them, but you don't have to move there, and you can go back to your country.
Right. Do we already have existing programs that tackle this, Marie Curie? But that's just for researchers, right? It's not for everybody.
I think there were a few doctors from Moscow for like I think 6 months, and they were like watching how our blood transfer system works.
Right, but that was like a bilateral thing, right? It wasn't a
bilateral, but there are also European programs for workforce
mobility, right? So like let's put in parentheses here programs for workforce mobility, maybe like.
Yeah. If we don't know about that, we could call for more
information. For more information on workforce mobility programs.
For doctors and.
Yeah. So expansion and more information. All right.
Information dissemination.
Excellent. So information dissemination using those keywords that the Parliament loves. Right. Okay, moving on. I'm sure we are not at a loss yet. Come on, guys. What's the wish list? What do you want the European Union Santa Claus to bring to this holiday season? Sorry?
Same.
Money. Okay.
Money.
That is a lie. That is a lie. It's being perpetrated by the liberal media. All right. Okay. So these are some of the. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. For what? Right.
People raise the voice that to be more active, to involve more people in other organizations in the process.
Right. Okay, so funding. Okay, so funding programs perhaps. Like an expansion of funding programs for. Sorry? Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are the first one. Yeah.
There is actually connected to funding one more thing, which if doctors are becoming efficient profession, then it actually may be a good idea to simplify.
extra funding.
Actually, study.
Yeah, right. We have that on the national level. We do have a list of deficient occupations or socially, shall we call them, responsible needed occupations that the ministry then, the Ministry of Education funds. Like in existing scholarship programs, you get like an additional like 20 euros to study medicine. Yeah, it's good to be studying something. So maybe we could follow up on something like this on the European level. So funding scholarships for the fish. That's another point, yeah. So funding, another point. So funding like scholarships for, for doctors, nurses, whatnot. Yeah, okay. Right. Healthcare professionals. Is this what you had in mind? Not only scholarships, but also like.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you're thinking, John. Okay. Anything else? Okay, so these may be like European level kind of things. Let's think member state levels now. What can your government specifically do?
Minimum income.
I don't know if this is socially responsible. I mean, it's good for us, but it's bad for everybody else.
I have a crazy one. How about if
Seriously crazy.
spending a couple of months here in your education would not actually be the environment, spend a couple of months abroad somewhere.
Ooh, yeah, that's
1 month.
that's very cool. But
Actually, like locally, in some faculties, they have that they say like 80% should have been foreign country, yet they're 80%. 80%.
yeah, the Netherlands is awesome. We have like 4% in Slovenia right now. So.
But then you would have to have really good funding because that's one
Erasmus.
thing.
Erasmus.
Who supports this financially?
Erasmus programs, right?
It's not Erasmus.
It's not? Why not? They have like
Actually, in the Netherlands, we did not do Erasmus.
at all? Oh yeah, because you have this weird curriculum.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But the faculty itself has this, and there's not a lot about it.
Right.
But are bilateral agreements or is it just facilitates
Was this included in the core curriculum?
What?
Was this included in the core curriculum?
Well, when?
Because like,
No, what I'm trying to say is what we're talking about now is
because like with the exception of the Netherlands, like everybody else could reuse the Erasmus Plus program, which I think has the second largest budget of all programs after the agriculture policies. So there you go. Because it's important to prop up France's economy.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like Erasmus is education 6 months.
Right.
It can be shorter. It can be short internships.
Right. Okay. So call on more opportunities for this, or call.
So wouldn't go too much into specifics, just saying that there should be a certain funding, EU funding for
To empower students. It's
empower students as well. Just keep it general, because the more specific you get,
The more.
difficult it's gonna be to implement it.
Right. Okay. That's a very good idea. Yeah.
No, I was just curious if it's about like medical, clinical internship, or is it like, for instance, in general, some kind of option of leaving your home faculty
yeah.
for some other reason?
Yeah.
I see, for instance, many internships in some other areas.
Twins, for instance.
research.
I was just curious. Like, so it's for medical, you go to the hospital in another country, in another like continent, for instance, or would you like some policy making internship where you work in the field, I don't know, something like
No, anything, like they have programs in exchange, like for me and my faculty, you can go to Australia, USA, they have connections with that university.
But you both level, first level scope and exam integration. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
Perhaps a lot of money for the NGOs to actually connect them somehow.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Like networking activities.
Yeah.
All right. Right. The former, what was it, like 4.1 in Newton actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it no longer exists.
Yeah. No, yes it does. It's key action, I think, too. If I'm not
Merged
mistaken.
all universities.
No,
Yeah.
4.1.
Yeah, but like the same activities. I think, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Hey, Rukun. You are our number one and only one follower. No. Good.
I think Hakan is watching this.
All right. What else, guys? So these are EU level policies, perhaps, mayhaps. Member state policies. Is there something that the member states can do? I'm sure they can do a lot.
Was it the power students exchange also?
Yeah. Member states, yeah. I mean, most of the things are going to have to be implemented. Probably going to be like a recommendation from the union, but then implemented by member states, right?
Well, in the end, most things, when they touch either healthcare or education, are
Member states' competencies, yeah.
So we have to frame it in a way that we want to have the member states doing it, maybe with some coordination or support from the European Union.
Sure.
Don't ask the European Union to do it because otherwise the member states will get upset.
Yeah, sure, okay. So coordinated on the EU level.
Yeah.
So they can coordinate like the streamlining.
But always say that you're,
yeah.
you know, if you support the member state competence in that field, but see the need to do.
Yeah, sure, okay. All right. What else, guys? What else? Yeah, perhaps, yeah. So we have like a list now of solutions here. Do they solve the problems that we've identified? I think that's a fair question to ask. Yeah.
Or maybe just coming one step back.
Sure.
We now have a couple of European solutions which are there,
right,
which we could still link somehow to EMSA or the EMSCouncil.
Sure.
So we have to kind of think, what can EMSA and EMSCouncil do to solve those issues?
Ah, right, okay.
Where they might be support from member states or the European Commission.
Right.
We're talking about Empower Students Exchange. We could mention the training programs as one tool.
Yeah, such as, like, IE, yeah.
But when you're then applying for funding for it, you can say, as we said in our policy paper, this is a good tool to improve mobility in Europe.
Nice. What about internship possibilities that we offer from?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So try to sneak your projects into the policy paper as well.
Yeah.
But then you're kind of promoting what you're already
doing. That's nice. That's a very sneaky approach. Nice, I like it. I like being sneaky. All right. Other than that, and taking this into account when writing the actual wording of the policy paper, are we fixing entrance criteria to medical schools? Did we call upon streamlining of this? I mean, because these are the problems that we would like to solve, right? These are the solutions that we're proposing. Are these solutions solving for these problems? I mean, it's a stupid question, but I think it needs answering. So, do we fix entrance criteria to medical schools? Do we have something like on this list that solves it? Should we call upon streamlining of these criteria of entrance to both medical schools and postgraduate traineeships, specialty trainings? Well, I don't know. Do we want it? Don't we want it? I mean, it's one of the full push criteria for sure, but
like harmonizing.
Yeah, harmonizing, streamlining.
If we made like a collection of all information about education and employment systems in other countries, and what you get for your work, or how even the education part after, like for junior doctors is in every country. Maybe this would also put pressure on some cities or clinics to get better programs.
Right.
But we would have to collect it and make it good and then publish it.
Right.
You want like a ranking?
Not ranking.
No.
Don't get me wrong.
Never ranking.
No ranking. Rankings are really dangerous.
Yes,
Rankings are dangerous, but no, just a collection of facts about each city or each clinic you could go or something.
So open access to this source of information would naturally kind of promote the harmonization process itself.
Yeah,
but
because
implicit in this is that we would like this to be harmonized.
Yes.
Do we want it? I mean, we can state it explicitly that we would want these sort of entrance criteria to be harmonized, and these are some of the tools that we can use in the process. Yeah? Okay. Is it like, yes, do we want this, or does the Netherlands want like a very specific right to, I don't know, entrance criteria that are different from everybody else?
I'm not sure, we're not sure, that it's realistic for, because you also have different outcomes for your own country. Like, actually, you want you educate medical students for your own country, and the outcome of your own country is like somewhat different.
No, I understand, but then how does having entrance exams versus other forms of like access to medical education impact the outputs? I mean, because I don't think it's fair to say that like some countries need better high school students to go through the medical school process than others. I think everybody needs the best for them.
For example, there is a whole debate because every medical student now in the Netherlands will be selected instead of what they had before. And there's a whole debate on it. I don't think you can harmonize that.
I mean, I think it's really not realistic that we're going to harmonize it using this policy paper, but we can call upon it to be harmonized. I mean, we would like to see it harmonized or not. This is, I mean, yeah, this is what I'm asking you guys. I mean,
then you have another question. If you're harmonizing entrance criteria, then do you also want to harmonize high schools? Because then you want everybody to have equal opportunity in getting to passing the entrance exam. In fact, we will never harmonize high school curriculum. I mean, for example, in Croatia, every medical faculty had an entrance exam until a couple of years ago, and then we got the idea from Slovenia to
abolish them.
Yeah, to abolish them and to introduce the
final exam system.
Final exam system. But the thing is that medical faculties are now unhappy with that because the final exams are mostly on math, equation, language, and I don't know what. Right? No longer on biology, chemistry, and physics that are more important. Right? So within the country, harmonization is really difficult. So what medical schools are trying to do now is reintroduce entrance exams after.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. Like, we can just say normatively that we would like to see everybody to have entrance exams. And then for this not to be like a criteria, like a push-pull criteria.
Yeah, well, I personally want to go to call upon harmonization, but equal opportunity to all.
And this being the normative statement.
Yeah, and you are always going to have to meet some criteria with your language or whatever.
Right.
But if you decide to go to study in Germany, then you have to find out what the criteria are.
Exactly.
But you have to have equal opportunity within those criteria.
Right. Okay. So within equal criteria, you could also include things like financing, for instance.
Yeah.
So we would not like medical schools or postgraduate traineeships to discriminate based on like I don't know socioeconomic standing, for instance.
That's idealistic and that's great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Although I would perhaps phrase it a little bit more softly. into this stuff?
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying.
Because the thing is, the difference in Europe is huge. Right? So, if you would call upon, let's say, Croatian student to be able to go study in Germany and pay by the German government, the costs in medical education are deferred greatly.
Very true. Yes. Yeah. But do we want like equal opportunity to all students throughout the European Union to go study wherever they want? Because this is like one of the normative mobilities in the EU. So, and I mean, you already have certain systems in place, such as the Erasmus scholarships, that are supposed to allow for this.
So perhaps we can call for
equal access. That's like
equal opportunity.
Equal opportunity to access, and that's it. And not really going into this details. Yeah, that's a nice normative statement. Reads well, nice to put on the website and do a T-shirt. That's it. All right. Moving on. Right. Cost of medical education. I think we've got.
What we could do, we could call for support English studies. Let's be honest.
So programs in English.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be illegal in my country, though.
Illegal?
Yeah. Yeah. Like English only programs are illegal in my country.
Yeah, but for foreigners.
Yeah. Illegal. Higher education legislature.
Yeah. Yeah, but in your goals,
yeah, sure. I'm just saying, yeah.
It's not making it legal.
Yeah.
You don't need to limit yourself to English.
Okay.
You can actually just say promote medical language courses.
No, I'm not talking about medical language. I'm talking about education in a different language. Like, currently, let's be honest, English is the lingua franca, and it will be easier for the future medical students to go and study in a foreign country in English than in any other language. You got to leverage either in French or German or whatever, but the younger generations still speak English.
But then if
we don't have to mention it in English, but I'm just saying medical education in other European languages.
But then if I'm the advocatus diaboli here, I would say like, why would a country choose to educate foreigners in a foreign language? Because they're not obviously then going to be working in their system.
I must say, really, in my university such courses exist, they're extremely expensive, but of course the university is very happy about it. English courses, like English courses in English. We have a lot of foreigners studying medicine in Warsaw. For them it's still cheap. Come to study in my country, in my city, so actually it's a good deal for everybody. But if a Polish person would like to enter that kind of course, it's not possible. I would not be possible to enter it because I'm Polish, pure Polish, so I cannot really.
Yeah, but you see, in Croatia, we also do Croatian education and education in English, and I, as a Croatian, can go to the English.
That's nice.
Well,
because then, like, what is the normative statement behind such a policy? It's like, go study in a foreign language, we'll finance it as your government so you can go and work abroad outside our system. It's a nice EU sounding policy, like, yeah, go free, be free, blah, blah, blah. But then right, because it makes it easier to emigrate from the country. But then again, why would it be like in the best interest of the national government to do this? Yeah, that's my question. Because if that's the case, if you have like nationalized like higher education, it's state funded. But then if you have it privatized, then what this causes is like it opens the doors wide open to people from more affluent either backgrounds or countries to be able to go and study medicine. So it leads to an elitization of the profession and studies.
I have the sensation that what all that just stated here would actually even infringe European unionization an internal market,
Right.
it actually is a discrimination of the own population against foreign populations.
Yeah.
So
Maybe not.
I think that if foreigner, you do have legislation in the European Union right now, you have to treat your own students the same as
foreign students.
European Union students. That actually reduce the fees for students going to the UK or European Union countries by the factor of 90%. Because they have to be treated like UK students instead of transatlantic, which pay usually 10 times the amount.
Yeah.
UK, well, UK based or European students have to pay. So I think that might be something which could actually be raised. Say, we call once more for equal treatment of national and EU citizens.
Yeah, okay. So that's a good idea. Yeah. So where does this leave us? I mean, do we call for language courses of medicine or not? What do you think?
I would say yes, because apart from migration, there is also the benefit of, for instance, having access to resources in different languages, line resources, books, whatever, articles. So definitely yes for the language, even if like outside the scope of migration.
Right. What I meant.
I'm not sure.
Sorry. Yeah. What I meant is not language courses. What I meant is like entire courses in a foreign language. Sorry. Yeah.
I think not doing it would actually raise some question at the European level.
Right.
EMSA is offering the Eurotalk and language courses, which is kind of a contradiction, be opposing multi-language medical education.
Right. Okay. Good. So we call for it. Right.
For multi-language
medical education. Right. Cool. Moving on. Quality of training and career development options. So quality of training, I think, is dealt with by the ECC, right? European Curriculum, more or less. No. Do we call for something else, like specific quality assurance stuff? No, I don't think so, because that's so unsexy. It's crazy. Then career development options. I think this has to do a lot with the open access to the information about different, like, I don't know, healthcare systems, employment possibilities, traineeship possibilities, stuff like that. So this feeds into the dissemination part. Anything else here that you would like to see? So career development options would be, in our paper, all about access to information. Yeah, all right.
I want to add one more point. It doesn't fit what we were talking about now, but just I remembered it just now. In Germany, we have now a discussion that an Austrian university has opened like a sub-branch in one German city, and is now you can get an Austrian medical degree in Germany, and the fees are quite high for that. We want to say something about that as well.
So it's like transnational education.
It's yeah, and it's causing big waves in Germany.
Yeah. What's the problem you have with it?
Aphrodite, we discussed it at BBND. Remember, what was the main issue?
Transnational.
That medical school in Nuremberg. That medical school in Nuremberg.
Yeah,
What was the main
that is
issue?
in Nuremberg. They have, it's a new founded one.
Yeah.
They have to study 1 year in Groningen, in the Netherlands. It's, yeah, the reason why it's like that is because the Nuremberg faculty doesn't have enough money to do all the things, so they have this cooperation with Groningen, and it's a German student, it's a German university, and just has this 1 year in Groningen.
It's not really a university, even. I think it's a Fachhochschule, right?
No, it's not a.
It's not. I think.
Otherwise, it won't be possible. Otherwise, it won't be possible to join.
What were the main issues? I think one was that they're starting buying professors from the surrounding universities to get their lectures done, and obviously they pay much more money than normal than the government can do. Nuremberg, Neue.
There's a only
Wait.
Yeah, that's two things. No.
All right.
There's open.
So let's try to.
Just one topic.
Yeah.
To add on, there is a normal university in Nuremberg, collaborating with Erlangen. are people financed with Siemens money, which is a normal university. And now the university, there's one Austrian university opening a sub-branch in Nuremberg as well, 100% private, which costs, I think, 60,000 euro in total for a medical degree.
Yeah. Well,
which is just at the beginning being established, and which still has some legal hurdles in front of it. My personal opinion is I would stay out of that for our policy statement because
yes, it would. The BBMB wanted to do a policy paper last week about this in Nuremberg, because the thing is that the Austrian university, the Austrian wanted to do this school as an Austrian med school. So an Austrian med school in Germany with an Austrian curriculum. And this was the problem we had.
Yeah, but that's transnational education, if I'm not mistaken. It's
That's
EU
still,
policy.
EU is a free market.
Yeah, exactly.
but still, it's like not, not free because you have to pay for it. So the people who have money have a better chance to get there.
Free market.
Yeah, but it's not fair.
Exactly. Okay.
No.
So, in conclusion, what this is part of existing EU policy on higher education, wherein member states should allow for other countries to open subsidiaries of their educational establishment in those countries and offer programs. So it's part of the free market initiative, I think, and we can't really touch it that much. Moving on, what else? Internship after graduation, parenthesis, salary. So what do we say to this? I don't know, streamlining of this, like should all have it, should national government decide whether they want to have it or not? Should we call that the salary? I don't know.
Well, there are a couple of things. One is do we want to enable graduate students to do those throughout the EU? So, like for example, if I'm done in Croatia,
Slovenia?
Yeah, for 6 months instead of 5. Why? Secondly, perhaps they should be treated as young doctors,
right,
or as students when it comes to student.
Right. So, what do you guys think? Should we call for more openness in terms of access to internships after graduation? Because most of our countries, I think, have them, like obligatory internships after graduation. So we can call for more openness there to encourage more migration right after graduation. Sure. Okay. And do we call them? Do we call these interns to be regarded as young doctors with rights that young doctors have? That is usually like higher salaries, or do we call or do we call them like students still, and for them to have student rights?
Or we can just call for non-freedom of socioeconomic status.
Which is what? I mean, after you graduate, you're not a student. Your status is like.
Graduations happen to be in a very particular situation where you're not really paid,
right?
But you no longer have student rights.
Right. Oh, so it's a specific situation that you guys have. Okay. Because for us, if you're an intern, you're employed by the hospital for the internship.
As well, but as I said, there was the idea of paying those people 200 euros a month.
Right. That's kind of crap.
You no longer have student rights.
Right.
You get paid 200 euros, and costs of living are higher than 200 euros.
Yeah. Welcome to the jungle then. All right. So what does this like come under ethical salaries? I think we have those somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Because I understand what you're trying to say.
No, but if it's a specific situation.
Yeah. Because I think it's rather specific. I mean, most of the people are employed. It's just that two countries talking about slashing the salaries of those interns to like ridiculously small levels.
They actually, in the meantime, we push them, so they, for now, they don't give up.
Okay, all right, okay. So this is like fixed, sort of. We could just call for these internships to be more open than they are currently, so everybody from all around Europe can apply it. That's it. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
The state plans the space for specialization. How many are paid by the government? How many you pay for specialization?
Right.
So
No, these are internships that you have to fulfill after graduating in order to get the medical license. That's how it works in most countries. This is before specialty training. Right. We can get back to that. Yeah.
I think it's good for that. Looking at workforce planning would be also another solution we need to emphasize on for the member states.
Right.
But they would also have to decide who should do the workforce planning. Is it going to be the government?
Right.
Or do you want to have the medical profession?
Right. So, what do you guys think? For us, it's the medical chamber doing it currently, and they're doing a pretty crappy job. Well, because you have like, since yesterday, you have 466 medical graduates unemployed, which is ridiculous. Because it costs money to educate them, and now they're unemployed and unemployment benefits. So there you go. What do you guys think? I mean, should this be something that the government should do, or something that medical chamber should do, or something that the European Union should do? Workforce planning.
I feel the closest maybe with the medical chambers, they are from this environment, that the government wants to help to be honest, but how it is postgraduate and struggle work. So
right.
Even though it's not perfect, probably, then I would say from out of these three options, European Union, government, chamber,
right.
I would say chamber.
Right. The rest of you? Or maybe regional authorities.
I would say like governments, right?
Yeah, that's like local government. Yeah. Because, okay, pros and cons. Pros for the European Union is like you get probably better oversight. You can plan the workforce for the entire union, so you can include like migration flows, stuff like that. Those are probably it. Then the national governments themselves probably have more resources than medical chambers, are more objective in those terms, and have insight into other like sort of wider labor trends. And then medical chambers themselves are the closest to the medical profession and the closest to the students. But then maybe they don't have the resources behind them. What is the communism? Central planning. What? It was a good time. How do you want?
Socialism, man.
I'm talking about Russia. It was awesome. Alright, so there you go. I don't know. Medical chambers.
There would also be a third way.
Ooh.
Just saying, ensuring that member states do have a workforce planning system in place.
All right. Yeah.
So then you leave it up to the member state to see if they leave it up to the medical profession.
Right.
If they have another entity, for instance, they could have academia doing that, or if they want to do it themselves.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Like just to have a plan in place, that would be nice.
Also in different countries,
right.
For example, Croatia, the medical chamber, not the same body as the Croatian Association, industry, and blah blah blah.
There's more stakeholders in that. Okay, right. Good. So this solves that, I think. Recognition of degrees. I think this is partly solved under the directive that we talked about before. Do we want something more in those terms? Yeah.
Have in mind that, for example, France has collaboration with universities of Canada.
Right.
So students from study Canada and then back to France without having passed some exam for recognition.
Right.
But the same isn't for every country. So students from Greece can go to Canada, for example.
Yeah, that's probably due to the language area, because they're both francophone, so maybe that's why.
I know that within the European Union,
Right.
it's free. I can go study at Germany, to Denmark, my country without exams.
Right.
And there are exceptions in this rule. That's a problem, I think.
All right. Great.
You can't really go into that because there are a lot of specific governments and a lot of specific clauses. I mean, have in mind empire. The United Kingdom has special relations with a lot of countries. France with a lot of countries. I know, like, for example, French students can go to La Réunion to study, but people from France, but then other people are technically a part of the European Union. So when we focus, we should probably try to focus just on the European continent, not all the other. And I know the Netherlands has special territories and overseas territories.
So we should take into account.
Right. Dick?
That's it. Both with the European Union, recognition of diploma, especially for undergraduate level, is already recognized. We have a directive on that. So what we do is just to call for enforcement and implementation of the directive.
All right.
And if you want to go beyond, I do know that there is a problem with kind of relay recognition of diplomas. For instance, if somebody from Portugal wants to work in Australia, they could actually go to the UK, get the recognition of diploma there, and as a UK diploma is recognized in Australia as being part of the Commonwealth, the Portuguese degree would also be accepted in Australia.
Yep.
So this already happens.
You could just go to the European market just now.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's up to you if you want to have this option in there or not. I would rather stick to you.
Yeah.
The only perhaps level that we can go beyond is European Union and its territories.
Not necessarily. How about candidate countries? How about areas that the European Union has foreign relations with, Eastern Europe bloc, Mediterranean bloc? We could call upon like the directive to be widened to these areas as well if we want.
Yeah, Eastern Partnership.
Eastern Partnership, Mediterranean Partnership. And then we also have like one with Africa, the Caribbean, and Asia. All right. Okay, we'll get into the External Action Service at a later time. All right. So, I mean, do you guys feel that this is something that you guys want? Like the what's the one?
We want the bank.
Streamline, baby. Streamline. Jesus. Okay.
We need a gossip.
So, is this something you guys want? I mean, the directive to be like, okay, more strictly enforced, blah, 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 blah. And then also expanded to Eastern Partnership and Mediterranean Partnership countries.
Outside.
Yeah, yeah.
No restrictions. Exactly. Or one part is paper, or one part is
Right. No, yeah, I'm saying that the status quo is right now in the European Union, if you're a member country, there's basically no restrictions. Your diploma is automatically recognized by all of the other countries. Now, what we would call upon is more enforcement of that in the EU, and for this to be widened to partnership countries.
Diploma recognition without democracy means immigration.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is why I'm asking if you guys want like this to be expanded or not.
I think it complicates things. Say,
I mean, then you can get there's easier migration from the Mediterranean area and Eastern European area into European Union. Do you want that or not? Yes.
Something else apart.
Sure.
If we have solutions, okay, but we need the methodology. Methodology. I said, okay, all of these issues, it's the solution that the Commission to the member states.
Right.
But when you propose something,
right.
you need to propose another set of methodology.
Right.
How to do this.
what I think we're going to do is like do a normative policy paper where we say that we would like to see those things, and then allow the member states or the commission to like do their job. Yeah.
And we don't have the knowledge to find.
I think
just want someone to do it.
We just want to say that
we're going to tell them what we would like to see, and
someone
then somebody does it.
It's not a big paper, but
Right.
it's sound more serious if you say that, okay, we have the expert panel, because
Right.
in the next health program, the commission, even the most important issue is experts. And,
Right.
here you are students, but you know experts.
Of experts, yeah, that's your point.
So, okay, I want something,
Mm.
yes, but it's like push. You should give the solution with the methodology as an expert.
I think there are certain parts of the solutions that we can expand on methodologically, but there are certain parts that we, I think, don't have the capacity to do so. But then, yeah, that's a good suggestion, because in the parts that we are experts on, we might expand on and then get recognized as such. Yeah, go ahead.
Or talking about a massive one would actually be a natural one, involve medical students in workforce planning, and involve them when medical policies regarding mobility.
Yeah, that would be something that
So
we
be
could
very
call.
clear.
Yeah, cool.
You can also say like consult and involve, so that
Yeah.
both sides.
Right.
Consult and involve. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to touch the recognition of the degree discussion any further. So more enforcement, strict enforcement, stuff like that. All right.
For that, I mean, that's
sorry.
something that we can discuss more. How does the EMSCouncil want to tackle it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we're done with the students, I think. And then moving on to postgraduates, entrance criteria for specialty training and access to specialty training. Are we tackling this efficiently and sufficiently? Yeah? You think so? All right. Moving on, quality of specialty training and its recognition. We do have a directive on that. Do we have something more that we need? We can also call like for that directive to be more widely enforced, blah, 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 blah. Do we need something else, a different policy from that? I mean, access for specialty training was something that all of you guys talked about in your presentations. Most of you guys agreed that yeah, okay, thanks. Most of you guys agree that there's certain specialties that are like impossible to get in, certain ones that are never filled. Most of you guys said that the ones that are never filled are usually GP internships, so specialty trainings. So I don't know, something about that. Yeah.
I was wondering, so we're like kind of suggesting or demanding the European core curriculum, right? We have that as part of the solution. So, but education doesn't end in med school and doesn't end with the final exam. So, what about the curriculum of the specialization of people? So, do we want to say a surgeon that is educated in Europe needs to know that and that and that, or?
Again, that's a discussion that we have. You have to be defining some things, but you also need to allow governments to adhere to local needs and traditions.
Yeah.
So to a point, yes, but
yeah, and I think it would be difficult for us as students to define it. Right? Okay, we'll talk to them because they have money, as Tim said. Yes, but it's okay. It is okay. It's okay to see, to share. Right. So moving back to what I was just saying, like, do we want to say something about the entrance criteria, to the access that we have or don't have, to the fact that Greek graduates have to wait 11 years to specialize in surgery?
Can't we like demand the kind of program for that? Because I mean, I know some guys that studied medicine in Greece and now they're taxi drivers for like 5 years and then they start they start their specialization. So how much of their medical education is left at that point after 5 years of taxi driving? Can't we because I mean, there are doctors, they could start now, they could start in another country where it's needed. Maybe this is the direction we could.
It's a very specific problem. Quite honestly, why don't they just leave?
Do.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
I mean, maybe they don't have the language. So maybe we could demand for countries where there are too many doctors for the specialty places later that they
disseminate this information on the European level.
Yeah,
and try to fill them as such.
Yeah, and they can learn another language to go to another country.
Yeah, I think we're calling for this in here. Okay, I'm pointing it here. Multi-language medical education, right? So this is something that's tackling this problem. And then another part of the problem is that maybe the Greek graduates don't know that there's positions for this available in Croatia or Romania or Austria. And we might try to disseminate this information. But then the question is, do we want to?
In fact, that's national states to establish a proper.
Right, is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm just asking. Okay, quality and specialty training was done. Ethical salaries, we just call for those. That's it. Right?
And working conditions.
Yeah, working conditions. Yeah, ethical salaries, better working conditions, like in general.
It's not the same.
I think an ethical.
When you can have really high salary, but you could be requested to do work and do over shifts, more shifts.
Oh yeah, overall. Yeah.
So they would get paid, but we still won't have a high quality life because you would work and sleep and work and sleep.
Right.
So it's difference between.
I think the question is, do we want to touch that, or?
It's a new topic, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's the what was it like work time thing.
Actually, perhaps we could call for enforcement.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
More enforcement on the European. Okay, good. And then next to this, also ethical salaries, stuff like that, so that you can actually live on during all stages of the training that you have to do. Right. Employment. Employment is the next one. Oh, sorry, you didn't see. Yeah, because there's this here. Yeah.
Well, regarding the European Union is currently investing €6 billion in providing vocational training and options to move unemployed youth, especially young professionals, from high youth employment countries to those which lacking staff. So there's a huge movement of getting Spanish experts from Germany and other countries where there is enough workplaces for that. So
we could support that.
actually try to get a medical profession in there as well as one area which could be tackled.
In which countries is that a problem, unemployed medical staff? It's Greece, maybe.
My country.
Greece, Spain.
Like doctors.
Yeah, because the government cannot afford to employ them. That's the problem. They have a lack. They have a lack, but they don't have the money to employ them. There you go.
Because in Germany, it's I think below 1%.
Yeah, because you guys have a lack.
Yeah, we have a lack of doctors, but we are the ones who could be receiving professionals from other countries, and we do have already programs for that.
Yeah, so how do you put that?
Involved at the European level would actually be quite good, because at the moment it's mainly bilateral.
How do you put that in?
What is this called? You know?
We should do some research. What the name is.
Also encouraging flow of unemployed healthcare professionals to areas of higher employment possibilities, something like that. And we'll find a specific program.
Just say facilitate professional mobility from high unemployment countries, member states, to countries in the Philippines.
Right. Cool. So is this what you guys had in mind when you said that employment was an issue? Is this what you had in mind? Yeah, I think so. All right. And then career development options. I think that's again something that information tackles. It's something that better working conditions tackle. It's something that ethical salaries tackle. So I think we're good. Okay, so we have like a whole bunch of things that we would like to see here. Is there something that's like superfluous that we don't need, that something else covers? Jesus Christ, that's we can't think anymore. We do have like 45 minutes left. Come on, guys, let's finalize this list. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Maybe this something.
Sure.
We're talking about the second countries, okay? But
Yeah.
the second countries,
Yeah.
what's the
The solution for the sending countries, I think Tin proposed to have a strategy, a EU-level strategy for them to help them tackle brain drain. And I think a part of this is going to be tackled by introducing more ethical salaries and working conditions. I mean, I think this is pretty much the only thing we can do.
This could be a huge debate because also one thing for Greece, a lot of doctors, which costs a lot of money. Then you don't keep them, they go abroad to Germany, that basically says, that was a good investment, thank you.
Exactly.
Send us a couple of million euros. Good of you. But
yeah.
But how can you tackle that?
I don't think so.
You could have, in a way, you could have, let's say, a European-wide cohesion fund, whatever, but then goes against free market.
I think it does.
I mean, it should be tackled in a way. But seriously, all we can do is just call for someone to think about the problem.
Yeah, to create a strategy for it. Right. But also,
but honestly, the only way to tackle the problem is to tackle the problem working on it. Which is something
Not
our.
yes, it's like a relation between sending and receiving.
Yeah.
Because you know, Europe is separate. One side Germany, I use it because Bulgarian doctors were there. Yes, you know, we are producing doctors for Germany. And but this is not a conflict.
Yeah.
I think it's a, no, it's not. In European Union, it couldn't be a conflict. It should be a relation between these countries. And it's good to think about to investigate investment in these countries to another country to raise the quality of education and to give better conditions, because when you invest in this country, the receiving country, you are investing in the people who may come to your country to work, and of course of the foreign students working in this country, because they are of their own.
Right. Yeah.
What kind of relationship are you talking about, like money-wise, or like should Germany pay some kind of?
I think Bulgaria should sue Germany for reparations because of the brain drain, and then get like a multi-billion-dollar settlement.
No.
The other 70%.
Yeah, there we go.
We have a lot of foreign students from Germany.
Ah, right.
We have.
Yeah.
So if they can come back to Germany or go to Norway, I don't know what is the system there. But when it's not only Germany, from east to if it is possible to be like a recommendation that this is not a huge problem, this is a relation between these countries. Ethical recruitment is okay, but we talk about not migration, and it's very easy to move from one country to another country.
Right.
Ethical recruitment is
because European Union is one big country.
Right.
So if these countries, civic countries, give investments for their own students and for the people that come to work in their countries, I think the problem would be a problem.
Yeah, sure. So for instance, like we would envision a European Union where Germany, Austria, France, the UK invest into like healthcare, into training and education, and maybe even like healthcare systems because they're parts of the education. It's already being done so very well. Of the different countries, for instance, which provide them with doctors. So this is the outcome. Yeah, and okay.
This is alternative.
Right.
Because we couldn't talk about something.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, got it. So maybe this is something that's like an elaboration on us calling for ethical salaries, improvement of working conditions, stuff like that. So yeah, okay. So I think we have that. We just have to keep it in mind when we're writing the policy language. Yeah. Sure. Right. Let's go to the solutions. Do we have everything? What's this? Equal opportunity to access. Okay, this is medical education. All right. Yeah. But I think this is it. I think we have all the solutions. Is there anything else that you would like to add in terms of solutions?
Maybe apart from a national workforce planning,
right.
We need an EU for workforce planning, because the problem with receiving and sending countries is that I don't believe that Germany doesn't have the capacity to train doctors.
Oh.
Go ahead, finish your.
Okay.
Finish it.
So the problem is that people from Germany who can't enter medical school in Germany go to Bulgaria or go to Romania. Germany knows that I need from my country 300 doctors, but as the situation, for example, the numbers are.
Yeah, sure.
But as a country, I also know the situation. You know that I produce 300 doctors, and another 200 will come from Germany, from Greece, and Bulgaria. So I think we should have a bigger plan of how many doctors do we need to train as a European Union.
Right. So maybe. Yeah. So maybe this might be like in. Ensuring and empowering the national states to establish a proper workforce planning in the healthcare sector, and like the point I'm trying to make is like for this process to be coordinated by the European Union. It's because then you have like the member states together.
I think there's a problem with Bulgaria, for example, or Greece, for example, knows that it needs 300 doctors. Many of them will end up in Germany. So Greece has a deficit.
Right.
Germany has too many. If we don't have a plan in
yeah, exactly. There we go. Yeah, go.
I think we have a dual problem here, and I think Janis said it earlier as well. It's not only about a lack or improper workforce planning. We do have mobility in Europe, and we do have migration flow. So we're currently seeing a migration flow from, for instance, now Germany to Scandinavia, UK, and US. And Switzerland. That makes up around 20% of our graduates, which move to those countries. So there we also have a deficit, which then is filled, as you said, by graduates from Romania, Greece, Bulgaria, wishing to work in Germany. So the problem is if countries start actively recruiting in those countries, we can't stop individuals coming into a country because that's the system of the European Union. We have free mobility.
Right.
What might be a solution is if we look at, on one side, proper workforce planning, and on the other side, harmonization of working conditions.
Yeah.
Because the main reason Germans are leaving the country is because they're unhappy with the working conditions. I had a very good friend who specialized in Germany. He had the choice of earning 3 times the money he was earning in Germany and Switzerland, or going to Sweden, earn 50% more in Germany, and have better amount of free time. He chose Sweden because of better working conditions.
Right.
Family life, okay.
Thank you. Now after graduation, I'm there to Sweden. So
So it's like improving and attempting to harmonize.
In the end, like if you harmonize the working conditions,
right.
you take away incentives to go to those countries
Sure.
and offer better working conditions.
Have that, right?
Then we're going back to what I said 10 minutes ago. The only way to harmonize that is to harmonize.
But Rob,
sorry.
there's one caveat in it.
Of course there is.
You should avoid a race to the bottom. So don't settle for the lowest standard and try to get the best working conditions.
So
don't tell Sweden to lower their good working conditions.
So it's like harmonize.
Is there like a general agreement to mention working conditions? Because I think we had a discussion earlier and we were like probation.
Yeah, but I think that was part of the discussion during the student focus thing.
You just need to mention them like as a problem, but I don't think.
Oh yeah.
I would actually avoid using the word harmonize because that could cause or.
No.
How about harmonize by improving working conditions? But like.
But haven't we defined a couple of things of streamlining?
Don't streamline. Don't streamline there because that's a race to the bottom. That's
Improve
the average.
Yeah, we have the working time directive, but we can mention the working time directive in the context of improving working conditions. And in terms of improving working conditions, raise the standard. Okay. So we have raising the standard by enforcing the working time directive, by paying ethical salaries, by having more information about career development, stuff like that. Yeah, by ensuring, yeah.
Don't forget the training part.
Yeah.
It's not.
Good. All right. Okay. I think it's it's like 30 minutes until lunch. Great. Okay, I think this completes the list of both problems and the solutions. Are we happy about it? Nobody cares. Are we happy about it? Yay! And that was the energizer today.
No.
Right. So how we're going to proceed from now, unless there's something else you want to add? The deafening silence is no. We're going to go back into the groups that we've had in the beginning, like right now, and then after lunch as well, and start writing the paper itself. And then right after lunch, we'll have Tim's input on the stakeholders. So we'll like relax while listening to a pleasant lecture, and then continue writing the paper itself. All right. So take the next half an hour to regroup with your previous groups. If you want to switch now, it's fine. But then we'll have, again, one group working on migration in general, the stats, the blah, 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 the stuff they did before, defining it, defining minimum ability, stuff like that. And then another group focusing on the problems, which are basically the pull and push criteria. And then the last group focusing on the solutions, and hopefully like putting all of this into like nice 3 or 4 recommendations or something like that. Or like 10 or 7, like something that sounds nice. All right? Is it clear? All right. So if you can muster the energy, go ahead and back into groups, like start thinking about how you're going to organize yourselves, and then we will break for lunch in half an hour. All right?
Yay!
Can we do it? Can we do it? Come on, guys.
Can I just make an announcement? I spoke with People, and she would like to join us for a short Skype video call around 2:45. So after lunch, whoever wants.
right, perfect. So go ahead. Group work.
Oh my god.
Be lively, come on guys, you're young and dynamic and active.
He's not.
Thank you though.
Is it yours?
But,